Meri at the Meri Atelier, and it is Sunday evening, March 5th, I believe. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. Let me zoom out just a little here and turn my camera. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me get onto my tablet so I can welcome folks in. See the chat? What are we going to do tonight? Well, I have some things to show you. Hi, Mina. There's Mina. Let me fix the quality on my video from 144 to hopefully 720. So I won't see blur out there. Mina gives a grin. Hello, hello, hello. And let's go to live chat. Okay, well, Friday night, I spent most of my time on Larry the Leprechaun, but I don't have a journal to put him in yet. So I'm going to work on my March journal tonight. I don't bind these until the end of the month. I still have to bind February, but I'll probably only get January, February, and March in my first journal. So he goes in there, and I have some extra gold left, 4 extra golds, and well, actually more. I have gold. Woohoo, woohoo. And I've been playing with my tatting. Now, we had a giveaway last Friday night, and I was going to send the winner whatever I made that night, but I got all involved with Larry. Larry got involved with Larry, and I didn't get much done. I had some clusters finished from during the day. So I've been playing with this tatting. You love the binding, the boinging on the... Hi, Colleen. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, he's a bobblehead doll. Boing, boing. I'm doing a bobblehead doll every month for my journals. And Larry I knew I wanted to do a leprechaun, but I didn't know how he was going to turn out. And on this little bag of gold here, it had St. Patrick's Day. So I put St. Patrick on the back, and so I put St. Larry here. Paint Girly named him Larry the Leprechaun. And he's standing on a road of gold, and he's holding gold in his hand, and actually a 4-leaf clover that could be a shamrock. I think 4-leaf clovers have 4 petals, and shamrocks have 3, if I remember. What did I use? What did I use for what? Oh, on this, I used this for the head, for the neck, for the bobblehead. I used this beading wire. I got it up in Wisconsin, so it's fairly old. 24 yards Mangelsons, 318-11. I don't even know if Mangelsons are around anymore. They had a Mangelsons in Wisconsin. I brought it home with me. So I imagine any relatively thin beading wire will work. It's not a thick wire. It's, you know what beading wire is, I'm sure. It's good to see you, Colleen. Hello, hello. Hi, Sherry Van. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So I've been playing with tatting, and I have been making, I'm calling these clovers, and I'm going to put them on bobby pins. And I thought I would tat one tonight in front of you guys. My hands are a little shaky today, but I think I'm pretty calmed down. I find that if I hold tight, my hands shake like that. But if I try, and it's my muscle between my shoulder and my elbow that it kind of tenses up. And so if I consciously relax that area, I just think, relax, Meri, relax, Meri. And it's a little less shaky. I don't know. I guess it's something going on with me as I get older. But what I thought I would do is zoom in and tat a clover for you. And it won't take that long. I did one right before. I made a meatloaf for supper tonight. My brother wanted a meatloaf, so he doesn't cook the meatloaf himself. He cooks steak himself, but he doesn't cook meatloaf. And I have been learning to tat what they call it, on the ball or off of the ball, depending on your terminology. I'm tatting with the thread still attached to the ball or the skein. And I will zoom in here. Reading Barbara Foster, who is the author of the tatting book that I'm following, was Learn Tatting, Learn Needle Tatting. She explains that there's two types of doing your tatting pieces like this. There's tatting where you actually cut the thread off of the ball. Now that's not, this is done on the ball, but it's thread and chain, and then there's just one single thread connecting the two chains, the two rings. When you work off of the ball, you have what they call a chain, and there's a little loop with double stitches and a picot on it. And I'm going to work on the ball tonight, but I'm not going to put the chain in there. I'm actually going to do my rings together, and you'll see me do that. This should not take long. Let me thread my needle. I'll have to get it up to my eyes here. And I have learned not, they say leave about 6 inches, but I've learned to leave a good foot if I'm going to do, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do 4 rings, and I'm going to join them together. And this is going to be a clover. And I've done 2 of these, and I thought I would do one in front of you guys. It will not take very long. And so this is the thread going off to my ball here, and then I have my needle thread coming off here. I've got about 12 inches. For this project, it should be enough. If you're going to do a big long chain of rings, you'll probably want more. Now I'm going to zoom in so you guys can see. Hi, Teresa. Hi, Joyce. Hold on, let me zoom in. And let's see if I can tip my camera a little that way. Who come in while I was talking? Teresa and Nina and Joyce and Colleen. Welcome, everybody. So I'm going to move Penelope out of the way. I have the needle thread going off this way about 12 inches, and then this thread goes off to the ball, and it's what I actually tat off of. And you want to keep them fairly straight here. And bring your thread. You don't need very much of a loop here because this is the thread that you're going to draw through the ring, and you'll see me do that. So you just start putting on your double stitches. Let me do this one. And what you do is you have your thread holding onto the needle, and you kind of have your thread between your your index finger and your thumb. And then on this other index finger, you wrap your thread around your finger like this, and then you go under it like that, and you just make a loop and pull it on the ring. And that's 1/2 of the double stitch. For the other half, you put your thread under your index finger, come around, and go over your index finger and under that thread. And that's the second half of the double stitch. So I've got 2 on there now. I'm going to do 4. So this is the third one. And this is the 4th one. Now I'm ready to make a picot. And I've been concentrating on trying to make my picots the same length. And I've got a way to do that, but I don't want to explain it now because I want to do it in a separate video. So about the length from the end of my finger to about a half an inch. And that means the picot is about a 1/4 inch on each side because it doubles. So there's my picot. And then I do another 4. So there's one double stitch here. And I'm going to pull some thread off here. It's a little bit harder to do it on your desk. 2, 3, and I do 4, and then my picot I count as my fourth, as my 5th stitch. I don't like 5 in between them because I feel like it makes the ring too big. So I'm going to make another picot, and I just draw that loop in. I leave a little space and draw it in, and then I do another 4 stitches. 1, I go 1 and 2 and 3, and my ands are the last double part of the double stitch. And then I'm 1 more, 4, and now I'm ready to pull the ring closed. I have, no, I've only got 2 picots on there. I need to make another picot. Sometimes I goof up, but I caught myself there. So I made a picot there. So I have to do 4 more. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And then now I'm ready to close it. I have 3 picots on there. Hi, Angie. Hi, Melody. Welcome. Hi, Becky. Good to see you, Becky. I watched your haul. Becky always gets yarn. I don't know. I look for yarn. I never get yarn. All right. So now I'm going to close up the ring. And I don't like to leave. There's a loop here. I got between here and here, I've got about 12 inches. But I don't like to pull 12 inches through, doubled up through there. So I pull this till it's probably about maybe 3 inches, maybe 3.5 or 4. And then the rest of my thread is down here in the loop. And then this thread over here goes over to the ball. And you kind of want to leave that going to the ball and keep it separate. Keep it away from what you're doing here. Now, tatters will tell you to put your little finger through this loop. I have a hard time doing that because my little fingers are bent. They're shorter because I got broken little fingers that never healed straight. And then I'm just going to pull this needle with this little, see how this thread is doubled for about 3 or 4 inches there. And I'm going to pull it through the double stitches. And as I pull it through, as I pull my needle through, you can see it starts to, and I have a tendency to want to pull my thread off the needle. It wants to form its ring, and that's what I'm doing there. And then before that loop closes, you want to get your needle in the loop and draw it through, if I can here. Draw it through that loop, because it'll form a knot down at the bottom of the loop. So, and the thread that you're pulling is the thread that goes to the needle. So just pull on it gently, and that'll close up the ring. And then while it's closing up the ring, you're also pulling your thread through that loop, which will form a little knot. And there's your first ring. Now, for those of you who are tatting, there's an abbreviation out there called RW, reverse work. And All you're doing there is, see how that loop is like that? The little ring is like that. You just flip it over and you're reversing it. And when you do that, you form a natural loop in here. See, there's a little loop in there. And you can come back in, and I do. I like to secure the ends, and you can pull your needle through there and make another knot. And that'll make sure that your rings aren't pulling out. So I've got about 1/4 inch Picasso. They're a little big, but for purpose of demonstration. And I apologize if my hands are really shaky. They've been shaky all day. Yeah, what can I say? They mixed up the meatloaf good. I'm just pulling some thread off of the skein here, off of the ball. I'm going to set the ball over there. All right, so now I'm ready. We don't want this to get too tangled up. Let me just kind of straighten it out a little. We're ready to do the second ring. And here's my ring there. I'm going to pull this a little closed. And you pick it up, and I hold on to it between my index finger and my thumb. And when you make that first double stitch, you want to pull it really, in this case, you want to pull it really close to the ring. We're not going to put a thread in between the two rings. We're going to have the two rings touch each other. That's how it closes up in here. So, and I'm going to get these all caught up in my thread here. Let me get them away. Get away, get away. Hold on, let me just set this here for a minute and get these out of here, because they're going to get all caught up in my tatting. So I got my first petal of the 4-leaf clover done. So now I'm going to do the second one, and I'm holding it between my index finger and my thumb. I'm going to do the first leg. I just come under and I pull it as close to that ring as I can. And then I do the second leg. And there's my first double stitch. And I'm going to do 3 more. So there's 1, 2, this is 2. This one is 3. And this one is 4. Now I want to join these 2 rings, because I want to close up the rings. So off of the third Picasso, off of this ring, there's 1, 2, 3. I'm going to put my needle through that third Picasso, and then I'm going to take the thread that goes off to my ball, off over this way, and just put it right over that needle and pull it. This is where my hands get a little shaky. Pull it through that Picasso there. And I almost have to get it up to my nose, but there it went. It went through. So now you do 4 more double stitches. So I come under this way and then wrap my thread around, come under this one. And that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, some people put 5, some people only put 3. I compromised and put 4 double stitches. So where I joined it right there, right here, I joined it right to that last Picasso of the first ring. That counts as my first Picasso of the second ring. So now I'm ready to do the second Picasso, which is actually the top one of the ring. So come through, don't let that thread go down. You're gonna put a little distance between those 2 stitches. And then you're going to draw it closed, and that forms the Picasso. Now I do 4 more. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So now I have 2 picots. I'm ready for my last picot of the second ring. So I get the little 1/2 inch distance here, and I let that stitch rest on top of my finger there. I don't let it go clear down to the other stitches. So until I draw it closed, and then it makes a ring. Now I put 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I do the last? I can't remember. I'll do one. It doesn't hurt to do one. All right, now I want to make the second ring. So here's my thread off of the top going off to the skein, and then I have a thread down here that goes through the eye of the needle. And again, I don't like 10 inches going through. I just like maybe about 3 or 4 inches doubled up down here at the end of the needle. And you just pull your threads down. You're going to pull them off the needle. You're going to push the needle through all your double stitches there, and kind of keep your finger. They say to keep your little finger. Well, I have to get both in there. And you just kind of pull your needle off, and you're closing up the ring here. You're just kind of pulling on the needle thread from up at the top. And as you do, that loop will close, and you put your needle through the bottom loop and just kind of pull it through like that. And as you pull it, it will want to form a ring. See how it's forming the ring in there? Just keep pulling at it. And let me pull on this. I set my needle down. Hold on. Find out where I went here. Sometimes I lose track of where I'm at. I think I got an extra thread holding that here. Sometimes these threads want to catch on to each other. Let me pull on this. I don't know where that thread came from. Right in there. I'm not sure where this thread came from here. I guess that's part of that picot. That's part of the picot. My picot was awfully large, I think. That's part of the picot. It's when you have large picots, I don't know if you guys can see that. My brother's in there gagging, I'm sorry. That this is a picot right in here. And the thread that I didn't know what was going was, really that picot could have been smaller in there. I couldn't figure out where that thread was, but it's part of the picot, so I'm okay. Now I haven't made my knot yet, so I'm going to turn it. I'm going to flip my work like that. Just turn it over like you would if you were crocheting, for those of you that crochet. And it will, your 2 threads will form a loop. And you can bring your needle through that loop. And I'm going to unthread that needle if I'm not careful. Let's see if I can't catch it here. Pull it through, and I'm going to make a knot down here at the base. Now I'm ready to do the third paddle. Just kind of pull that tight. And I just thought it might be interesting for you to see how I make these. I'm not an experienced tatter. I'm just learning. So if I make mistakes of what you've seen more experienced tatters do, well, I don't want to hear about it. Yeah, I'm learning that I like what's happening. I like what's happening. So again, put the rings that you've tatted between your index finger and your thumb and kind of hold on to it. And we're going to make the first double stitch. And you want to draw that double stitch as close to those rings as you can. For those of you that tat or want to learn, I got it real close down into there. So there's 1 double stitch. I need 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And now I'm ready to join my third ring to the second ring. And I want to go through the last picot of the second ring. So I bring my needle down and through that ring. Now you don't tat around it, you just throw that thread over. See this thread here is going off to my skein. I just throw it over my needle, and then I just pull it through that picot. Just kind of pull it up and through, just like that. And now that counts as your first picot of the third ring. Now I have to do 4 more stitches. So 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And now I'm ready to do another picot, which will be the top picot of the third ring. So just leave about a 1/2 inch space. If you want smaller picots, you leave less space, but 1/2 inch for me right now is fine. So I just do a double stitch. I have that 1/2 inch space in there, and then I close it up and it forms a loop. It forms a loop. And then I do 4 more stitches. So 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And now I'm ready for the first, where I joined was my first picot right here. This is my second picot, so I'm ready to make the third picot of my ring. And another kind of 1/2 inch space. And you leave a gap in there. And you do a double stitch and then draw it closed. And then you do 4 more stitches. 1 and 2 and feel like I'm counting music. 3 and 4 and all right, that's just how I count them. All right, now I'm going to close up the third ring. So again, my thread off of the top here is going off to my ball of thread. What I'm going to pull through is the thread that's on the needle, and I've got maybe about 4 inches of double thread there. I don't like 10 inches of double thread. All right, and you just pull your stitches down. Keep your skein thread away from your needle thread, and just pull them down, pull them off of the needle. You pull your needle through your double stitches and gently pull that needle through, and put your needle through the loop that's forming up down at the bottom. And I find that the thread wants to hold on to my other ring, so I kind of try to get it away from them. See, it's kind of trying to hold on to that ring. Get off of there. Okay. So pull that through. And it's closing up the ring here. You can see it's starting to close the ring. And just keep pulling it. Pull it through, pull it through, pull it through. Until it closes. Yeah, hold on. My hands are a little shaky. And you don't want to pull it too tight. You just want to kind of pull it snug. If you pull it too tight, it gathers up on each other. And so there is a knot in there, But when you flip it, reverse work, RW, you flip it over, and when you flip it over, you'll find you have another loop right in there. There's a, I don't know if you can see it or not, there's a loop where those two threads cross right there. And then you can put your needle through that loop. I'm just holding it here to show you. And pull that tight. Whoops, I pulled it off of my, unthreaded my needle. Where did it go? Well, I unthreaded my needle. Let's do it with my hands. You can do it this way too. But you pull that needle thread through that loop like that and pull it tight, and that secures it there in the center. Now I have to thread my needle. Now I'm going to do a 4th petal because I'm doing a 4-leaf clover. I'm not doing this could be a shamrock. This could be a shamrock with 3 petals, but we're going to do a clover. What I'm doing, for those of you who just came in and wonder what it's going to look like, I'm doing something like this. A 4-leaf clover. So we just have the last one to do, but I've got to rethread my needle here. I end up rethreading my needle a lot. And this is a size 3 tatting needle. It's one of the larger sizes with the larger eye. I could do with a real large eye in there, but I can see it, but I would rather have a larger eye. And let me get it up to my face here. Okay, so now we're ready to do the 4th ring, 4th and last, which is done a little different because you're not only going to join here, you're going to join there. And I don't know if this is how professional tatters do it, but this is how I do it. Again, hold it between your index finger and your thumb. Here's the thread going off to my skein. Let me pull a little bit off here. And I find it takes about maybe 2.5 feet to do a ring. Almost a yard, not quite a yard, to do the complete ring. So it kind of depends on how tight you pull it. But so here's the thread going off to my skein, and over to the right is the thread going off to the needle. Kind of hold that, your tatting, between your index finger and your thumb. And I'm going to do the first double stitch. So 1 and pull it way down to the center there because we want to close that up. So we're going to do 4. This is 2 and see, it kind of wants to grab on to these rings that are already there. Get off of that. Three and 4. And now I'm going to join to the 3rd ring, the last picot. So I pull my stitches pretty close up here to the point of the needle. You don't want them to fall off. And where's it at? Where did it go off to? It's here, right here. Right there. Right in there. Right there. You put your needle through and you put your thread over your needle and pull it through. And it's easier if you can get it up close to your face, but there it went. Then you don't try to tat it, you just pull it through. And then you do your first stitch after it. You do 4 more double stitches, or I do 4 more. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And now I'm going to make the top, which is the second picot of my last string. So that's what I'm going to do here. So again, about a 1/2 inch, and you put your thread, you let it, your first leg of your double stitch land there. You don't let it fall down to the other stitches until you pull it closed. So 1, see how I'm catching it there? And then, and now I'm going to pull it closed, and that forms the picot, a large picot. And now 1, did I do 1? I'm going to call this one 2. When I'm talking, I forget what I'm doing. 3 and 4. And now here's where it gets tricky, because what you want to do, if you want to join this ring that you're making to the first ring, you want to close up this clover. So I reverse it, flip it over, flip it over. It gets a little tricky here. You flip it over, and here's the last ring of the first, the last picot of the first ring, right there, right here. So you want to, and you'll find your threads will get kind of loopy in there, but they'll work out. You have to kind of work at it. So I put my needle through the picot, just put it through, just insert it through the picot, take your skein thread and wrap it over the needle and pull it through. And it's kind of hard to see it, but there it is. Now I want to do 4 more. Now it looks a little scary there, but it's fine. So I want to do 4 more stitches, and my thread is catching on to this stuff on my desk. All my gold coins. So I'm going to do the last 4 stitches, because we want to close up that ring yet. We've got the double stitches on here, but we want to close up that 4th ring. So we have to do 4 more stitches after the 3rd picot. So 1 and 2 and 3, 3 and 4. And now what I have here, if you could see it, here's my needle thread going off this way. Here's my skein thread. And then in here, I have what will be my 4th ring. And yeah, we're going to close that ring. And when I first did this, I'm going, is it going to close? But it does close. So kind of get that skein thread out of the way, because you're just working with this part in here. So pull your thread down, pull it down to the end of the needle, and we're going to pull the needle thread and that little half double threads down here at the bottom. We're going to pull that through. So just kind of gently pull it through, and it will form its ring. And there's the loop. It's forming a loop. I'm going to put that needle through that loop and pull it through. Pull it through, pull it through. And I'm pulling on the needle thread, and it's forming a ring there. But it'll look kind of upside down. It looks upside down, so you have to kind of work with it and twist it up. Twist it so it's up. And then you want to kind of pull it. I'm pulling on the needle thread there. And you have to kind of work with it, because we're going to tie. We're going to tie these 2 together. And I'm pulling on the needle thread to make that 4th ring. And see how those threads are crossing? It already wants to make that loop. When you flip it, it always makes a loop. So I'm going to bring my needle through that loop and make that ending knot there. Just like this. And there's my 4-leaf clover. You have to kind of work at that 4th ring. It's an interesting it's an interesting ring. So then I've been leaving, because I don't know what I'm going to do with this. I've just been leaving a pretty big tail. And let me clip it. These are my old scissors. I don't know if it'll cut them or not. There. And there is a 4-leaf clover, sort of. I think it looks better on this side. There's my 4-leaf clover, and I've got 3 of them now. And I think I'm going to, what I was thinking was that I would glue them on a gold coin. I think I will, a couple of them anyway. Now this has a clover on it, and this says on the back, 4-leaf clover for good luck. I'm going to put it on this side. And I'm going to do 2 of them that way. And I don't know what I did with the 3rd one. It's here. It's in here. The 3rd one, I might do something else with. And then I've been making these little single rings. If you saw my short that I did the other day, you saw where I stacked up these single rings. And then I did a tassel. And I have another single ring here, which will go down at the bottom of the tassel. So that's what that's going to be. And then I have over here a chain, ring and chains that I worked off of the ball. Let me get this out of the way. And you have to kind of, after you do this, you have to kind of tell it where you want it to go, because you want your chains all facing out and your rings, well, I shouldn't say out, all facing the same direction. And your rings, now I did not join these rings because I'm thinking I'm going to put this on a card or on a photo, or maybe on one of those Tim Holtz portrait doll heads, portrait people heads. Did you guys watch Tim Holtz this weekend? He was showing, I think it was his ideology stuff with all the photo booths and all of that. Very cool. I wanted to order everything I saw, but I was good and got off of it before my finger went to the Visa account, the bank account. All right, I'm going to put these 2 on gold coins here. And I was using that fine art glitter glue. On my wax seals, I find the fine art glitter glue pops off. I don't know. I think it might work okay on this. We'll see. And I'm going to put my, let's get it out here. I'll tell you, he's got some cool things coming up, Tim Holtz does. And after I get this glued, I'll come out and look at chat. This was gifted to me by Laura Vasquez. Thank you so much, Laura. And then Renee, bless her heart, bought me 2 larger. So when Laura sent me this, it came with the smaller one and a larger one. Is it 8 ounce or 4 ounce? I think it's 8 ounce. This is what Laura bought me. These are 8 ounces. These are 2 ounces. So I'm probably not even halfway through this. And there's 4 more of these in here. And then Renee gifted me 2 more of these. I've got enough fine art glitter glue, thanks to you guys, to last me for a while. It's a kite. No, it's not going to be a kite, but I can see how you would see that. It looks like a kite, doesn't it? I left these hanging, Angie, because I wasn't sure what I was going to do with them. I'll probably end up snipping them off. Now, I think I'll put the glue on the thread itself here. Let's get these facing the same way. And you can work with your little Picassos after you get it on there and make sure that they're all they're all poofed out. Where's my needle? It isn't poofed out here. Where did it go? There's a Picasso here. Right there. There he is. He's a little smaller. So I'm working, one of the things I'm working on is getting my Picassos the same size. And I'll show you what I plan on doing with that, but not right now. So I'm just going to get those threads down, and then I'm going to put some of this glue right on the back of this. And I'm calling it the back because that's where these threads are coming from here. And then I'm just going to put some on here. And then I'm going to flip it. If I can get a hold of it. And put it on here. And I think this fine art glitter glue will dry clear, so I'm not going to worry about any glue residue poking through there. And if I understand it, it dries fast, so if I understand things. So there's that. Now let's do this one. And this is the back, because see, that's where these threads are attached. And let me just kind of hold on to it. So I want to thank Laura and Renee for the fine art glitter glue. Now, the other person that I know has been tatting, has started tatting, is Pink Girly. So I saw one piece that she sent me. She didn't send it to me. She sent me a picture of what she's done. And I think she's doing a cool job. I haven't seen anything else. I don't know exactly where she's at on it. I don't know if she's shown you guys any of it. Okay, I'm just going to let these dry. Now we've got this. And I'm not going to make the tassel tonight, but I will say I'm going to save these for the tassel. I could make the tassel tonight, but I think I'm ready to move on. But what I want to do is work with this piece. And what I was thinking would be fun, if I can find them here, what I did with them. Where did they go off to? I saw them here. Where did they fly off to? Let me, here they are. Get one of these ladies out of here. I got these at Hobby Lobby last week. And I noticed Tim Holtz doesn't have a problem opening his packages because he knows that the open is right down here at the bottom. I'm going to have to memorize that. And I think I want a pretty lady here. She would work. And some men. I was looking one with a lighter dress on. Here we go. Maybe that one. Or that one. Oh, or this one. I think the little girl might be the winner. I like these portrait ones. I like what he's doing with his photos. He was showing some more and he was saying that he didn't know how much longer they were going to have the photos because he has to license the photos. They have to be his. I guess, the way I understand what he says. So I think this little girl is going to be the winner here. There, and I'll save these. So one of these is going to go to Paint Girly, but I'm going to do more with that. Hold on, let me put these away. I watched everything you showed that was new, Tim Holtz, that he's got coming out in his ideology line. But when he started doing the makes, I had to move on because I didn't want to spend all my time on it. But so what I'm going to do, I think I have enough here. Oh, let's put the chains up. And see, I'm going to kind of stretch it across. I might have to do, and I've already cut it. Can I, if I stretch it, it'll work. This one has to be turned up. You kind of have to work with these to get them all facing the way you want. Once you get them all facing right, they work pretty good. But now it's going to be stretching it, but I have to stretch these two. This one, that one I did my chain a little tighter. Or I have this. This is iron-on seam binding. I could put this across here, glue it on. I'm not going to iron it on, and just let it hang maybe. And then deal with the ends later. That way, we'll see what I'm going to do. I'm not sure how this is going to turn out. But that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it fun. All right, I'm just going to put this here like that. So I'm going to do that with the art glitter glue. And we're just going to put it, I think I'll put it like that because her necklace will still show. Now I don't want to glue it down to the paper. And I don't think I am. Got a little glue on it. Now, I might have to clip this. I'm going to leave a little space there. And I'm going to I've only got, well, I've got 4. I'm going to glue these one at a time. Okay, let's let that dry. And let me look at chat. Hi, Leah. Nap and watch, she says. Hi, Pam, made by Pam, welcome. Hi, Kelly, a mini hobby Kelly, welcome, welcome. It is tatting, Kelly. It's tatting. I showed them how I made these 4-leaf clovers. You have to go back to the beginning and watch me make one of these. I made 2 of them before my stream here, and then I wanted to show you guys how I made them. They're clovers. They're 4-leaf clovers. Leah says, really good. I just got back from visiting my 95-year-old father-in-law with my daughter and her family. My hubby had to work. Oh my goodness, 95 years old. Pam says she's sleepy. Gonna need an Angie nap. Angie says, don't go, but Pam says, I'm sleepy. She says, bye, see you all around, made by Pam. Angie says, Leah, I'm better back to my old self. Oh, Angie, that's good news. Angie has not been feeling the greatest. Boy, you know, I've really got a bright table, don't I? Can I close this light down a little? Does that help? No. That it's so bright because my light on my phone is really bright. What did I do there? Right? I don't know what I did to, yeah. Let's see if I can close this down. Does that help? That helps a little, doesn't it? That helps a lot. It's awfully bright. Someday I'm going to get my laptop to working. There we go. Now you see it a lot better. Teresa says, Lori, I was something today. Hi, Sharon Lombard. Did Lori come in, Pink Girly? There's Renee, Little Red Wagon. Hi, Renee. Thank you for the fine art glitter glue. Angie says, Meri, I know I was joking. What did you say, Angie? Beck said, I'll be back in a bit. The cats will be watching while Scott and I go out for a quick drive to the boat ramp. He has cabin fever. So you're leaving the cats to watch Meri, and you guys are going to go out to the boat ramp. Have fun. They're probably gone now. Mina says, never too early to give Meri a thumb. Oh, thank you, Mina. It's a kite, Angie says. It looked like a kite, doesn't it? A gold coin kite. Pam says, Angie says, hi, Mina. Angie says, Pam, good. I went to Walmart out of town. I came home and took a nap. I went to the Mexican restaurant, and then I came back and took another nap, and I did some crafting, and I went to look at deer. How was your day? Had a busy Sunday. There's Lisa. Lisa, if you're still out there, hello, hello. I always miss Lisa. She popped in to say hi. I'm scrolling way back here. Stephanie G. Hi, Stephanie. You're out there. Teresa says, I'm thinking of buying me a ball of thread and some needles. Oh, yes, we're tatting. Teresa says, I've always wanted to learn to tat. Me too, Teresa. And, you know, I think needle tatting, for me at least, is much easier than shuttle tatting. Shuttle tatting, you have your thread, and you have your thread on your shuttle, and then you go over to make that double stitch. I think you have to go over and under, and I haven't quite figured it out, but it's a series of, it's still the double stitch that you're making, but you're making them different. And since I'm such a crocheter, you know, I've crocheted, this almost feels like crochet, that it's not crochet, it's tatting. And let's see, who else did I miss? Joyce and Nina and Sherry and Colleen was here. I think I've caught up to everybody. Let me go down to the bottom. Pam says, okay, thanks all. Kelly says, they are fantastic. I will definitely go back and watch. Yeah, I tried to go slow so you guys could see the process. I do have a playlist out there. I do have a playlist of how I'm learning to tat. I'm trying to show you as I learn, but I'm not really teaching it. It's more like, come along for the ride while I learn. Now let's straighten this out. This is, you kind of have to play with it to get it looking neat. Where's that Picasso? He's hiding in there. He's underneath. Come on, come out. He says, you got me twisted. Yeah, I know I do. Here, I gotta put my needle down. Yeah. He's right. He's right here. Well, he's hiding under there. Come out of there. He's right there. Did I glue him down? That's why I glued him down. He said, you glued me down. There he is. There he is. And so I'm just kind of playing with this on different things in my art. I'm not one to want to make a whole bunch of doilies, although I probably will when I get better make some. I'm still learning. Now, I kind of want these two are pretty close together because my chain in there is pretty small. So I'm leaving about, maybe a 1/4 of an inch, maybe not quite a 1/2 inch over here. So I want to do the same over there. I think I'll glue this one down next. Let's get it out of the way. And I'll probably have to clean my nozzle off here. Put that right in there. And she really needs one of these up here, doesn't she? She needs one of these. I'll have to make another one. Not tonight, but this thread wants to catch on each other here. Hold on. She needs one up in here. Let's tie a bow. Let's see if I can make a bow up here. And I'm just going to make it like a shoelace bow. Pull it tight. Now, I'll trim those threads, but I'm going to put this up here. Now, let me get a sharper scissors. Maybe a sharper. Let's trim it. If I can get a hold of it. My hands are a little shaky today. Now, let's put that up here. Put that right up in there. Ah, that's so cute. Now, my left hand. And then I'm going to put a dab of glue on that bow there. It'll dry clear, I think. I hope. All right, I think that's pretty dry, so I'm going to put some glue under these. Right there. And hopefully over here a little. And put them down there. Yeah. Okay, now I have these to deal with. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do, and I hope I don't mess this up. I want to cut this down the center. If I mess it up, I mess it up. I need my little scissors. What I did with them. One more snip in there. It's as close as it's going to get. And what I thought I would do is tie a bow. And let's see if it does that. Now I got to get a hold of it. And then you make it smaller. You tie it and then you make it smaller. And let's get rid of these now. These should be really tucked into the double thread. I didn't do that. I'm just going to snip them off. And this looks like it'll kind of shred. Okay, I like shred. And let's see if I can glue this down a little here to the bottom of the photo. The bottom to the photo. Like that. And I need a clip. And then I'll come and snip those off. Let's do this side. It's just kind of fun to play with these things. You're just always playing. That's what's so fun. And that's been glued down to the edge of the photo, so we're going to make another bow here, hopefully. See if I can do it Martha Stewart way. I always have to have more when I do it her way. I don't know if I have enough on here. Yeah, let's do it my way. Let's do it the shoelace way. There's different ways to tie a bow. I'll make it smaller. And then I'll glue it down. Now let's take this clip off and put it over here. And let's snip these off. There we go. Now I'm hoping that will dry clear there. Isn't she cute? She's really cute. I think that's not dry yet. All right, I'm going to let that dry, and I'm going to come back to these. I need a little bit more light. Sorry, guys, I need more light. It's too dark for me. And you know what I'm going to do. You hear that drawer open, you know what I'm getting. Bobby pins. These are going to be bobby pin. These are going to be bobby pin. Now, I don't know if that art glitter glue is strong enough to hold these. What I really need, because you know you'll be opening and closing these. Let me look. We have enjoy things. Enjoy the simple things. I don't know where I got this. Yeah, it's hard to work with too. I don't know if I can get it in there before it closes up. I'll be happy to get anything. There we go. I don't know about this. We're gonna see. Let's put some down there. Now I want that bobby pin to come up higher. And we're gonna let that dry. Let's try it with the other one. I'm not sure how strong that's going to hold. I'm going to test it and see. Another bobby pin. That should be enough. We're going to let those dry. Let's go back to her. Take this clip off. And snip this. And this. Well, it's not wanting to snip. Come on. There we go. If I can pull this one closed a little more. I think that needs to be glued down a little more. We're just going to let that dry. Maybe I'll put that clip back on it. There. Alrighty. So that's what I wanted to do. And after these dry, we'll test them out. I'm not sure. I've never used fine art glitter glue to do my bobby pin things. I don't know if I'll snap it off or what. But that is what I wanted to do for that. So I'm going to move on here in a minute. As soon as I find my little, I put it in here. Here it is. Is that it? Yeah. Ouch. Put it in there. All right. So we're just going to set these aside and let them dry. Woo! You have tremors too? Yeah, I don't know. Some days seem worse than others. I don't know if it's what I eat. I did have 2 cups of coffee, but usually I have coffee in the morning. I've been laying off so much coffee, though. I've been drinking tea. I have tea tonight. I have raspberry tea. Some days seem, and it seems like when I tense up, like I'll be in there crocheting, and I notice that when I'm tensed up, those muscles, you know, like in between your elbow and your shoulder, like the strongman muscles, when you tense those up, that's when my hands start shaking. But if I just relax and relax my fingers and relax my hands, then I don't shake as much. And you know, and when I'm working, sometimes I get tense. All right. So we're going to, I still have some gold coins left. I'll probably be putting them in my journal for March. Let me zoom out. We're going to move on to something else while these are drying. I think I'm going to send one of these bobby pin enclosures and a cluster and this little gal. I need to get something ready to send to Lori. She won Friday's giveaway. We'll just see what I do. I need to get my other giveaways all done. I have giveaways from Christmas from Sharon and Janet Nash, Kathy Whitney, Sharon Lombard, Tina. I haven't forgotten you. I'm just getting to it. Let me put these up here. Let them dry. I wanted to play with the wax seals tonight because I got some more. I got some wax at Hobby Lobby and I wanted to try it out. So I think I'll just maybe zoom out just a teeny bit. And I guess I'll take this off my desk. And we'll use that later. Let's get out some parchment paper. That's wax paper. Where's my parchment? Hold on. It's here. I just have to go for it. Let's wax paper. Where did it go off to? Come on. Hold the phone. I'm digging for parchment paper. Where did it go to? Getting out the wax, it has to be on the bottom. I'm getting out, I put it all in a box. I'm hoping my parchment paper's in there too. I got me a larger box to hold all my wax seal stuff. Woo! That was work, let me tell you. I got this at Hobby Lobby. And it opens up over here, and it opens up weird. It opens up like that. I don't see the parchment paper. Those are glue sticks. Whoops. Some of these are coming open. My spoon. That's the bee. That's another spoon. Crayspire. I'm going to do another collab with Crayspire. I'm going to do the introduction next week sometime. And they're telling me that if you use the code that I'm going to give you when I do the introduction, it's 10% off of everything. But they have taken their waxes off the market. They've taken their little waxes off the market. I am so sad. I am so sad, but they're saying they're having trouble shipping them. But they also have a stationery and paper craft category, and that's what I ordered from. And I'm pretty excited to show you guys what I ordered, but it is coming from China. When you order, you have to order off their website to get the 10%. It won't come from Amazon. You have to order off their website, but it comes from China. So you have to be aware of that. It's not going to come as fast because it's coming from overseas. And that's just the way it is. I don't know what I did with my parchment paper. I might have to run out in the kitchen. All I have here is wax paper. Is this wax to parchment? Hold on. Down at the very bottom. And of course, it has to be hard to get out. It's giving me an issue here. It's probably parchment paper because I want it. Is holding that? Oh, I see. It's aluminum foil. Doggone it, where's my parchment paper? It went over the cliff. I've got aluminum foil and 4 boxes of wax paper. I can't find my parchment. Is it over on this side? I don't see it. I'm going to leave Penelope here. I'm going to run out in the kitchen and get some parchment paper. I'll be right back. I need her parchment paper. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry to leave you staring at Penelope. But I've learned I need parchment paper. Leah says, you stinker. Angie says, I can't tell you all. I have to wait until I send it to the market. Hi, Dawn. Darn, I had to run and get... Hi, Barbie Barnum. Welcome, welcome. I'm so sorry to have to leave you guys while I ran to get parchment paper, but that's the way it goes. It probably fell down on the other side of my cart. Let me tear this off. Whew! What a deal. All right, Penelope. And I still need the waxes that I got at Hobby Lobby. Let's turn this the other way. I want to play with the wax seals tonight. It goes a little tighter. I do like Cracefire's wax. I'm just kind of disappointed that I won't be able to get more of it for a while. But I was watching Deb, and she's been, or has used these, I don't know what she's using now, but these crystal clear glue sticks because they dry clear. And I also got, let's get out a couple here. I also got some, I saw a video where you make your own rub and buff with wax and mica powder. And that's what's in here. This is the micro powder, and this is shoe polish wax. That's what, I can't give you the video. It's on my other channel, and I don't want to run and get it. But not my channel, it's on the other channel that I watch. But all it is shoe polish wax, clear shoe polish wax, and mica powder. And I had done that before, but I'm not sure that I was happy with it. It just seemed pretty clear to me, but it's not that bad either. I put some gold in there too. Some gold mica powder in there. So we're going to try it again tonight. And looks like I got some blue, some red. I might have to clean out one of these. Maybe take this and try to put it in there. I don't know. And when I use parchment paper, it just wants to float down my desk. Put my teacup on it and see if that'll help any. Hold on. There. Okay. So let's just start out with the bee stamp. This is the bee stamp. I'm going to melt what's in here and try to pour it in there. There's not a whole lot in there. And I need to heat my glue gun up too, but I can't have both the heat gun and the glue gun at the same time. So let's do this first. Oh, is it plugged in? No, it's not plugged in. Hold the phone. Let me plug in the heat gun. I want to welcome those who came in. Yeah, shoe polish. Clear wax shoe polish. The kiwi stuff comes in a round can. Clear wax shoe polish. Now, I did try it with beeswax too, but we're going to experiment with it tonight. I'm not convinced that it has that great of coverage, but it's supposed to be a faux, a hack for rub and buff. A rub and buff hack. So I'm melting what's in here, and I want to try to pour it in this other spoon so I get a clear. I'm going to put, melt some wax, some clear glue. Well, I don't know if I'm going to melt it in this spoon, but anyway, I want to clean this spoon out. Let's just pour it. Hopefully it'll pour out. This is Crayspire wax in here. Crayspire sells wax, or they sold wax, and they sell these stamp heads and the handles, but they also have stationery and stamps. It's www.crayspire.com. If you want to go take a look. I'm going to do a collab with them. Want to start it next week. And when I start it, you can get 10% off if you use my code. 10% off of everything. I think that's what she said. Which I think is good. And they have a good sale going on, or they did when I ordered. They have all their stamp heads. These are stamp heads here. A lot of these are on sale. You can get them all the way from $2.99, and they have clear stamps that are on sale. If you like clear acrylic stamps. All right, let's just take a towel now and clean that out. No, my towels are behind me. I got a little out of there. I don't like to waste this wax. There's still some in there. Let's see if I can get some more. Oh, that's what I poured in there. Now, I think I can clean this out. I don't like to waste it, but I also like a clean spoon. So that's how I clean my spoons. Be careful though, because it's hot. That's how I clean them out. And this one I still have wax in. I can use it. And that's just wax that melted down. All right. So now I want to plug in my heat gun. Not my heat gun, my glue gun. My mini glue gun. And this has clear. Is this the clear one? This one isn't clear. Let's take that one out. I think the one that's in there is clear. And let me plug this in. And we'll have to let it get hot. It's plugged in. And while that's getting hot, let's check out let's check this out. I want to see if this is still pliable. Yeah, it is. See, I can tell it's nice and soft. And I'll put it on a piece of paper and you can see what it looks like on paper. Let me grab a piece of scrap paper here. Sure, I have scrap paper laying all around. Oh, I never can get to it when I want it. Hold the phone. I stack stuff on top of everything here. So this is the shoe polish and micro powder. And it's a faux rub and buff. Now on paper it looks pretty. On paper it looks pretty. But I don't know if I just don't have enough. It just didn't look dark enough on my wax seals. But maybe I need to play with it a little more. Because I was in a hurry when I did this. So I'm glad to know that it's still nice and soft. That's good to know. You put it in a little, this was a spice jar. And this is the mica powder that I got a set of it. Like 12 or 18 bottles of it. Not just blue, different colors. So, let's see. And I was going to use the B, so let's get all this other out of the way. I'm going to use the B. And we're going to do when this warms up, it's not heated up yet. When that heats up, it's warming. It's not hot, I can touch it. All right. So while that's warming up, I want to see if I can find that wax that I got at Hobby Lobby. I thought it was in that box, but I didn't see it. I must have taken it out. Oh, here it is. Yeah, here it is. Leah had told me that Hobby Lobby, she's the one why I went up to Hobby Lobby last week. She said, Hobby Lobby has their waxes on sale. Now, I generally don't melt off of a stick like this. Now, these cost me $1.49. I think Leah got them for 75 cents, and I could only find these 3 colors. This is a little bit darker blue than this. If you hold them together. A little bit darker blue. And this is silver. So, I wanted to play with those and melt. I think I'll take the light blue. No, I think I'll take the silver. And then my mica powder. Let's do a, well, I don't have another spice jar out. So we won't mix up a whole lot. This is a set of micro powder that I got. I got it off of Amazon. And let's try, what color? Boy, there's a lot of golds and blues in here. Gold, gold, gold. Silver. This looks like a bronze. It is. Let's try the bronze. And set that back. Oops, I knocked something down. That's why I can't find things. I knock it down. Something fell. All right. It's starting to melt. Well, it's starting to get hot. Let's open this up while it's melting, getting hot. And I just want one stick out of this. That's quite big, quite large. Now, I think what they do is they hold this over a candle. I'm not going to hold it over a candle. I'm going to melt it like a crayon. Let's see, this paper always slides down. I can't keep it from sliding down. I wonder if I can melt this with my heat gun. Yeah, I unplugged my heat gun to plug in the glue. Let's do the glue. It's starting to ooze out. All right, we're just going to put some glue on here in a circle. Get that out of the way. This is clear, crystal clear hot glue. Not all glue is crystal clear. You want the crystal clear to get really clear, and I'm not getting a good circle out of this. Oh, come on. It's not quite melty yet. One more, come on. All right, let's take my stamp and put it right in there. All right, we're just gonna let that dry. And while that's doing, I'm gonna get on another glue stick. That pretty well have used that one. Let's pull a couple more out. I guess I had one out. Okay, let me find my shoe polish. Yeah, it should be in here. Hold on. Ah, reaching. This is the shoe polish that I'm using. And let's get my palette knife out. Palette knife. And how is that? Still kind of sticky. And let's mix up some bronze rub and buff. Faux rub and buff. Take the little seal off. And believe it or not, these seals are fun just to, before you throw it away, rub it off on a piece of paper. You know, nothing goes to waste in this house, does it? And you could even put that on a cluster if you wanted. All right, so there I have, and there's a little scoop that comes with these, a little plastic scoop. And I'm not going to try to save my bronze because I don't have another jar out here. I guess I could put it on the other side, but I'm afraid that they'll mix. I guess it wouldn't hurt if they mixed. But you can see I used that much. Now I used some of what's in there. I've used some. But that's approximately how much wax I've been using. So let's just get some. And I've noticed this wax is kind of hard, but it's pliable and it will mix up. You have to kind of, I'll show you. Let's get the crumbs out of there. And this is what I've been using, this Angelus Perfect Stain. It's neutral. It's clear. It's not crystal clear. But it's not brown either. So you just kind of soften it up. Just kind of mix it up. And I think you'd have to do this with beeswax too. But it mixes. Just kind of get it like that and get in there and mash it like potatoes or butter. And it's wax. Let's see what it says. Water repellent polishes and preserves smooth leather. Let's see what it says. Remove all the dust and dirt, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't say what's in it, how much wax it is, how much is real wax. It doesn't say. It just says shoe wax with clean or dauber. You buff it, but it doesn't say if this is pure wax. So I don't know. You'd have to research that, I guess. Maybe message the company. I don't know if this would have to have an MSDS sheet. Sometimes you can find out the contents, what's in stuff by MSDS sheets, but I don't know if this has to have one or not. That's pretty good. Let's get it in a little pile here. Now, your hands get nice and waxy. We're going to take a little bronze. Good thing I didn't knock that over. Where's my spoon? And we're going to scoop some of this bronze out. And we'll see. I don't know. You kind of have to, it's kind of a guessing game of how much to use. You want to get it all mixed in there. And I think I got plenty on there. I think I got plenty. Get it mixed in. And that I put in this little jar, this is about a week old and it's still nice and pliable. So I think because it's wax, you know, you can soften your wax. It isn't like it's going to harden. Well, maybe if you left it out to air, it would, but okay. And of course, you know, you'll have what you have on your tabletop. That's just par for course. Now, let's take this off. I don't know if this might have some of the other glue stick in it that's not crystal clear. It looks like there's some of that. This doesn't look totally crystal clear to me, but it'll work for what I'm going to do. Now, I'll show you the bee. I'll get it up so you can see it. The bee is in there. No, if you can see him. He's this way. There he is. He's there. You just can't see him yet. So let's try the bronze. Let's see. But I'm not convinced that this has that great a coverage. See, I'm expecting it to be, well, maybe. It does on the flat side on. I'm just not convinced that this is not a wax like that silver is. See, it's not completely covering my wax, my glue. The glue kind of repels it. It's great on paper. See, it's great on paper. So if you want to put rub and buff on paper, this is a good hack. And I like this because I don't like paying a lot of money for rub and buff. Well, you know, I would, but I just don't have a need to, and I can make my own, I will. But I'm not convinced it's, and then they say to buff it. Well, you buff it, you're wiping it off. So I'm not convinced that this is a good, let's wipe it off this side here. I'm not convinced that this is a good hack for the seals. But it could be because this is glue. Now I have some some clear Cray-Spire wax. And I'm going to try the same thing. See, I'm not convinced that this hack works on glue stick seals. I'm just not convinced. Now this is what you buy. This is a wax. And see the difference? See, this covers it nice. See, that stays on. So I'm not convinced. See that it brought out the bee real nice there. I'm waiting for my, let's do this wing a little more here. So I don't think this hack with the rub and buff hack works for the glue stick seals to my satisfaction. So that's just an experiment. But I have, and I'm going to have to unplug my glue gun again to plug in the heat gun. I only keep 2 things plugged in. Let me plug the heat gun back in. Now it could be that my glue is just repelling that wax, because that was a glue stick. Let's try, this is Crayspire wax, and this is supposed to be transparent. It looks white, but let's see how it, well, I think, well, we'll try it and see. I thought it was transparent. It might be white. I can't remember if I ordered white or transparent. It looks white. It doesn't look transparent in it. It doesn't say. It just gives a number. But let's try melting some of these in this one that I cleaned. It might have a little residue in there. It might have a little red in there. Here, wait. Dump it over. Let's put the lid on here before I spill it. Let's try this one. It's clean. Let's put 3 of them, maybe 4. I think these are white, but we're going to try the bronze. We're going to melt these. And I want to see if this works on the wax any better than it did on the glue. Hold it. I don't have it plugged in. I pulled it out. I'm so good. We'll do the bee again. Hold it. I gotta pick this up and hold it in my hand. I'm holding my heat gun about 4 inches away. And that's not a bubble, that's wax that hasn't melted yet. When it starts bubbling, then you know that you got it too hot. But that's not a bubble, that's still hard wax. You see it's melting. There, it's starting to bubble. Let's pour it over here. Okay, we'll let that dry a little. And I think I'm only going to use white. I set it down in my... I'm only going to use white in that spoon, or transparent. I thought I had that all cleaned out. That feels like it still has wax in it. I don't know if it'll pour out. There's a little left in there. There's more in there, but I'll leave it. So you can see the bee better here. Let me stand up. Hold the phone. I gotta hang this up. I can see the bee better on this one. He's there. No. He's in there. Have to get him to the light. He's there. So now let's try the rub and buff that I made on here and see if it goes better on here. Well, I see him getting to the crevices. Well, I'm not sure it's that much better. I think this rub and buff hack works better on paper than it does on wax and the seals. So I give it a grade of a D for seals, but a grade of a, where's my, on paper, it does a nice job. So if you want shiny paper, you want to rub and buff a paper product, fabric, I'm not sure about fabric. Now, if I have a snippet of fabric here that I want to touch. Oh. Hold the phone. Let me get a snippet of this. Scissors. Let me get a snippet of fabric here. I want to try it on fabric. Got a fun, good place to cut it. Over here. Hold the phone. I'm coming. I just want to snip this off. You learn by doing. You learn by doing. Well, you learn from other people. This is some stamp fabric, postage stamp fabric. I'm not convinced that this hack works good on, I think it works better on the wax than it did on the glue, but I'm not convinced that it's good for, it seems to not cover like my silver does. Let's put some silver on the side of this. I like this. I like whatever this has a, I was thinking about maybe putting some gum arabic in that and see if it would cover any better. I don't know if I have my gum. I do. Hold on. I might try a drop of gum arabic. But let's try Let's try this rub and buff on the fabric. Well, it doesn't shine, it soaks in. It doesn't have, well, I guess if you hold it up to the light, it just kind of makes it dirty, the bronze. Let's try some of the blue. It's on there, but it's not shiny like what you would. Let's try a bit of this blue. See what it does. It's that blue. Well, this has a better color to it. I'm not sold on it being on the fabric either. What would rub and buff? What would it do on fabric? It looks to me like it just got dirty. It's okay. It's all right. I'm going to take what's here and put it on the other side of this. I'll probably end up mixing it up, but I want to keep it. I want to keep it. Maybe I'll use it on some tags or ATCs or something. I think it's a good hack, but it depends on what you want to use it on. I'm just not convinced it's a good hack for the seals. Oh, let's leave this little bit out. Let's take this out again. Take a little. Yeah, it's going to get mixed up in there. I'll have blue and bronze together. I'll use it. Let's take, I have some, let me reach for it. Oh, this isn't the, that's not the gum Arabic. I thought I had my gum Arabic out. Hold on. Now, no. This is not my gum Arabic. I can't try it. I can't try. I was going to try a little gum Arabic in it. But what I have is watercolor medium. So I'm going to put this back in. I'll use it for something. I think it's a good hack. I'm not sorry that I got it, but I don't think it's good for the seals. I don't like it for the seals. Now, if I find my gum Arabic, what it needs something that it doesn't buff off. It wipes right off of these. It wipes right off of the seals. Now I put silver on that. So that's that. Let's take that paper. What did I do with that paper that I was getting all pretty? I don't know what I did with it. Well, all right then. It's not here. Let's grab another paper. If I can find one. Why is it when I want scrap paper, it's hiding from me, and when I don't want it, it's... Let's just take this and... save this. This is watercolor paper. You can see the texture in it. No sense in wasting what you have. I've got a bunch of it over here. That's glue. Throw that away. I'll use this for something. Oops, what did I do? Tear it. And then, since this is wax, you know, like a shoe, you buff it. You buff it to get it to shine. But when I try to buff it off of my seals, it wipes right off. It wipes off of this too, but you still buff it. And get it to shine up pretty. If you like to do messy stuff. All right. Oh, my hands are horrible. Oh, I'm playing in the gunky stuff tonight. All right. Now, one more thing I want to try, and that's off of these. What I do with it, the silver. Now, I think I was using a heat gun. I think when you use these, you're supposed to use a candle. I have a candle, but I'm not sure I want to use it for that. So we're going to try the heat gun. And I'll do the bee again. Where is he? Where'd my bee one go? It's over here. So I don't know if the heat gun will work with these. It should, like a Crayola. Let me. There it comes. Kind of wants to blow it. Probably be easier to do this over a flame. Of course, my paper's not. I could see this better if I had the colored one out. All right, let's turn this off and put that stamp in there and see what I get. Yeah, I never get enough on one side. I think I would be just as good to chop these up and melt them in a spoon. I don't care for the sticks myself. Angie, I'm getting out a knife if you're watching. I'm going to melt these in a spoon. Oh, it cuts nice. It cuts nice. That was warm. I don't know how the stuff that's not warm cuts. Let's do one more. When it's warm, it cuts nice. When it's not warm, it doesn't cut so nice. It's sticky. That's enough anyway. All right. Let's mix it in with this big spoon and see what I get. I do better melting stuff in a spoon. I'll look at chat in a bit here. I'm experimenting. These are wax sticks that I got at Hobby Lobby on sale. See that wax? That melts so much better for me in the spoon. You're supposed to hold it over a candle, but I'm so clumsy. You guys know. You guys know what happens with me and candles, especially with my shaky hands. I think that's good. And we'll do whatever this is. I think that melted a lot better in the spoon. All right, this is the peacock. Doesn't quite fit. Let's take this one off. Yeah, see, I don't quite get them there. You got a good impression though. Got a little dark on it from whatever was on here before. Let's put some silver on it and see what happens. And Dee Dee got after me because I cut it, but I don't like how rough it is on, you know, like on the sides here. Let's put some. See if I can bring that bee out a little more. He's not bad. I'll use him on something. Allie K says, I think those long glue sticks are for hot glue gun. If they are, Dee Dee has a, oh, really? Those are for the hot glue gun? Oh, that's not, they could very well be. It just says wax sticks. Makes over 20 seals. I just grabbed them because they were on sale. They're the only thing I saw on sale. It just says sealing wax. Each wax stick makes over 20 seals. Yeah, glue gun wax sticks for the good. Well, I've got a large glue gun, but I don't want to get it out. That's probably why. I think you're right, Allie K. But they seem to melt fine in my. Here's the peacock one. That came out pretty good. Let's put some. I think you're right, Allie K. I didn't even pay attention to that. I've got a large glue gun. I'm not sure I want to get it out. But now that you mention it, well, we know that it works if I chop it up. I really prefer the spoon. But since Allie K mentioned it, my larger glue gun was, I think this is the one that Becky sent me. Let me reach for it. Hold the phone. I have to move my foot in the right spot. I think this is the one that Becky sent me. I'm not totally sure. I think this is the one that Becky sent me. And I've been hoarding it. I have another one. No, that's not a glue gun. Hold on. I have another one, but I think this is the one that Becky's sent me. Would I knock over the... Let's try it. Let me open it up. I don't use this too much. I'm not even sure I ever used it. I'm going to have to cut it open. Hold on. My old scissors and cut this open. Now that we might as well try it since I have everything else out. I'm cutting this open here. I should get the big one out anyway. Boy, I'll tell you, these scissors have really been through it. They're like the Energizer Bunny, though. They keep cutting and cutting and cutting. Oh, did I cut it enough? I don't know if I cut it enough. Let's give it another good cut here. They don't make these easy to open, these packages. I think this is the one Becky sent me a couple years ago. 3 or 4 years ago. Becky would know how long ago it's been. I've been hoarding it. And using the mini one because I had the mini one. They just make it hard to get into. Got a stand. Let me throw this packaging away. I'm not going to save that. Alrighty. Let's see what I have to do here for safety's sake. The dual temp full-size gun for high and low bonding. High temp wood, metal, plastic, fabric, leather, ceramic, etc. Low temp is for lace, ribbon, floral, lightweight fabric, foam, etc. Temperature, that's in another language. Insulated nozzle, inlet tubes, side fins, feeder tube, removable standard base. Warning: when using electric tools, basic safety precautions should always be followed to reduce the risk of fire, electric shock, and personal injury. This appliance has a polarized plug. Base is wider than the other. Oh, we got that. Safety information: work environment should be clean. Oops. Do not use outdoors near water. Do not expose gun to rain, moisture, or direct sunlight. Keep away from children and store locked up when not in use. Do not carry the gun by the cord or unplug from the outlet by pulling on the cord. Disconnect gun when not in use. Gun is on when plugged in. Do not leave unattended. Do not use hot glue gun to replace structural fasteners. Do not use extension cords. Uh-oh, I have to have an extension cord. I'm sorry. But I'm not going to have it on forever. Do not use any material other than recommended glue sticks. Avoid accidental discharge. Do not touch glue stick or trigger except to dispense glue. Feeding or pushing the glue through. Allow glue gun to cool before storing. Save these safety instructions for future reference in case you light a fire. Operating instructions. Slide stand into base. Well, let's undo this first. All right. The only thing I might violate is I have to use the extension cord because my wall outlets are not accessible. All right, slide this into the base. So I think this just goes in like got to get a hold of it. Hold on. Like that. Boy, that's pretty. That's as much far in as it's going to go, though. I would say that's in there. It doesn't feel very sturdy. Feels. I would be happier if that were solid. All right. Anyway, I did that. Plug into electrical outlet. Insert diameter glue stick. Well, we're going to try that silver one. Whatever I did with it. I don't know. Oh, I got another one. Let's put my knife away. I chopped it up. Is this the one I chopped up? I think this is it. All right. We're going to try this one. Oh, I might have to. Let's put in another one just for. There. All right, I did that. I didn't plug it in yet, though. Hold on, let me plug it in. You guys are probably telling me something I'm not listening to. I'll check it after I get it plugged in here. Hold on. No. All right, it's plugged in. Squeeze trigger to dispense glue. More glue is dispensed by squeezing the trigger again. Continue glue flow by adding additional glue stick. Press surfaces to be glued together immediately. Do not pull glue sticks from the gun. If changing the glue, feed remainder of glue stick through the gun. Unplug after use and let it cool. All right, let's see what you guys are saying while this is heating up. We'll do the steampunk one. Let's see. Rhonda says, I guess we're rebels. Oh, Rhonda, are you a rebel? Rhonda says, me either, Brenda. Brenda says, I honestly don't think I've ever read the instructions for a glue gun. And I've had a few in the past 35 years or so. Well, I only read it because if I didn't read it, you guys would say, she didn't read the instructions. So I read it just for you guys. Generally, I pretty much don't read them either, Brenda. But since I'm online, you know, you got to do things properly. Hi, Leah. Brenda says, hi, Brenda. Leah's here. Angie says, hi, Brenda. Brenda is Jinx. She says, Allie, I think I was wrong. Maybe she said she didn't want to use the candle. Yeah, I didn't want to use the candle to over that. I want to use the candle to make a seal because Beth Schuler wanted to know how candle wax would work. And so I bought one of these at Hobby Lobby last week, a small one. I think it cost me 79 cents. And we're going to make a seal out of this too. But I guess I'd have to light a match to it. I guess I could chop it up. Well, guess what? I need my knife. Can't get the paper off of it. Now, I did try Crayola though, and Crayola for me just cracked up. We'll try it again. I had a Crayola out here. Crayola for me it's real oily because Crayola has oil in it. What's happening here? It's not coming open. And when I tried to lift it up, it just all fell apart. The seal did. Then I'm going to try it again. I think they use Crayola with glue, and I tried putting glue in melted crayon, but the crayon hardened, but the glue didn't, and it just got all gooey. So that was my experience with using crayons. But this is a candle wax. Now, I imagine this is paraffin. Let's see what it says here. Warning. It doesn't say what it's made out of here. Just says don't use it. Don't let the kids touch it. Doesn't give me any ingredients. It says hand-dipped taper candle. It's probably paraffin. I doubt it would cost more than 75 cents. Is that a real wax? All right, let's see what's going on here. Ooh. Allie K, I don't know. If you weren't here, I wouldn't have done this. She said, Meri, I think those are to use with the glue gun. I'm going to use my steampunk seal in this. So I want it a little bit larger because that's a square seal. This one. I could have had more wax there. I wonder what will happen if I squeeze some in there. Squeeze some wax around there on the corner. I get plenty around there. That's why I cut it off. Well, let's do a bee since I have it out. Let's just use it. I won't put as much wax on this one. It does smooth out a little bit nicer for me because it's melted. When I melt it with my heat gun, it's not quite as smooth. Where's my bee? Here's my bee. We'll put the bee in there. Well, I still got a lot of wax on it. Got to learn not how to use so much wax. Let's do this one over this. No. Let's do another one. Let's see if I can just do one with not using so much wax. This does seem to smooth out a little bit better for me. It makes a nicer circle. This is the peacock. Oh, it's still pretty big. A lot of wax around there. I'll cut that off. Dee Dee says, why does she cut them off? You're not supposed to cut them off because I got a lot of waste wax on there, Dee Dee. That's why. Let's see, what's this? That's my B. This is, oh, we don't want that one. That was my logo. This is a star. Let's do the star. This wax feels like it's a little thinner than the Crayspire wax. It feels a little juicier to me. It's got a bubble in it there. Feels a little juicier. What else do I have? This is the butterfly. Yeah. See, I don't get it. My table is slanted. I didn't put that thing in there, but it's still slanty. All right, we're going to leave that for a minute. And let's try this. Let's see what happened here. Hold it. Oh. Put this where it's safe. All right, let's try this. Oh, it made a nice impression. Yeah. All right. This is the B. It makes nice impressions. This is the peacock. I'll show them to you in a minute here. I ordered a couple more stamp heads too. Whoops. Crayspire, well, Crayspire has their stamp heads on sale. So you might want to go to www.crayspire.com and check out their stamp heads, because some of them are selling at pretty decent prices, but they're not, their wax is not on the market. Yeah, I'm going to cut this. I can't stand all that extra wax there. This one I'm debating. The B I'll leave alone. I got too much extra wax around these. I'm still learning. It's melting out over there. That came out nice. The butterfly came out nice. And this is a star. Now, I don't know if I can bring these out with this because it's already silver, but we'll test it and see. Yeah, I guess so. This is the butterfly. That's pretty. That's pretty. This is the steampunk. I'll hold them up after I get them all. Steampunk one is nice. I could see putting this on a mesh, a wire mesh. I like that. This one is a star or compass type thing. It's silver on silver. This is the B. And this one is the peacock. I always have to figure out where the peacock's head is. Here. Okay, let me hold them up so you can see them. Butterfly, I kind of have to figure it out too. Let me stand up. So here they are. This is the butterfly. This is the compass or star. This is the bee. That turned out nice. This is the steampunk. I like this one a lot. And this one is the peacock. I guess I won't cut them off. I just have to learn. I have to learn how much wax to use yet. I'm not that good. Let's do my tap. Let's put glue, hot glue over this. Yeah. I need to shove that through. All right, let's put my tat in there. I know it's not straight, but put my tat in there, and let's do one with the light bulb if I can get any more out. There it comes. Yeah, I guess I'm going to put a glue stick in there. I don't want to use any more. I don't want to use any more. Well, it needs to be a little larger, a little longer. There. I think I pulled a little of this off of my eraser. My eraser's not perfect anymore. I pulled the edge of it off. Oh well. It is what it is. And let me move my glue gun. And what else do I have? We got the dragonfly. Let's do the dragonfly. I don't need much for him. He's just a little guy, but he's heavy. And that's the butterfly and the star. Let's do another star. Let's see if that's enough. Now, I think Dee Dee was embedding stuff in there. I didn't see her do her wax melts. I was probably sleeping. I think she embedded things like beads or nature stuff, little floral things. What do I have that I can embed in there? I've got this button. let's see if I can't. It's a shank button. Let's see if I can chop that off. Cut this shank off. It cut off. Let's see if I can make a little spot and put that button in it. See if the button will. I suppose a hot glue would be better than the wax. The button will probably fall out of this. I wanted it to stay in there forever. I think it'll probably fall out of that. Probably if I have the hot glue. When I get down to the hot glue, I'll try it again. Let's do another one here. I'm just using up my wax. I'm just using up the wax here. Let's do this one. That's the peacock, I think. And this is the butterfly. No, the bee. And the steampunk one. And I'm going to make it a little bigger. Uh-oh. Yeah. Let's put another glue stick in there. That's probably more than I need, but it's a square one. Okay. So, what else do I have here? I could put a tat in one. Let's try putting a tat and just leaving it in there. Probably would work better if I have a glue one rather than a wax one. There might be some glue coming out here. I think I'm done with the wax. It's just what's left in there. Let's just drop. This one's not stitched together. It's got a string hanging there. This one's not closed. This ring is not closed. It was a oopsie one. I'll leave it like that. What else do I have here that I can put in there? I think I'm down to the clear glue now. It's not, this is not crystal clear. This is just a glue stick. I'm done with the wax. I'll put this button in it. All right. And I'm going to unplug the glue gun because I've used that entire stick, glue stick. And I want the glue gun to cool. I'm just going to leave it here to let it cool. Let it cool off there. Let me go down to the bottom of chat. Angie says, can you see me now? I see you, Angie. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Angie. Hi, Linda. Leah says, I see you, Angie. Rhonda says, good night, Angie. Angie said, good night, everybody. Oh, Angie, I actually got hidden. That happens, Angie. That happens. Linda says, where did you drop us, Angie? At the Mexican restaurant? Linda said, they all look good. Brenda says, I opted for doing dishes and reading. Bo lucked out and came in about 45 minutes after Meri went off for the night. Was that the other night when I was on Friday night? I was on late Friday night. I think I was tired when I got done. Brenda says it may be juicy because it's getting too hot. It takes more heat, more than heat glue to melt wet too. More heat than to melt wax. Yeah, I don't know what setting I have this on. It says it's dual temp. I have it on, I'm going to have to see. I have it clear over here. It doesn't say whether I'm hot or cool. I don't know which temp that is. I'll have to look at the directions. There's a knob right there. That's the only knob I see. So that must be for the, it says it's dual heat. So it could be that it's more runny because I have it on the hot, Brenda's saying, rather than a cool setting. It looks juicy, yeah. It does have a low setting, and I probably have it on the high setting, but now that I used all the wax, I'm going to, I'm just going to leave it on the high because I've got glue in there now. Allie K says, you are welcome for the glue gun info. Thank you, Allie. Brenda says, I read the instructions in front of my husband. That way I can gripe at him when he wants to skip the instructions. Brenda says, the sealing wax I had back in the mid-70s came in candle form. Light drip on paper and press on seal. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, we're going to try the candle tonight. But I think I'm going to have to chop it up and melt it in the spoon, because I don't want to light a match. I don't want to light a match for this. You know how clumsy I am. All right, I'm going to set this over here. I'll have to move my water jug. Hold on. Let me move my water jug. I'll put my water jug here for a moment and put my heat gun over there and let it finish cooling. Take this and so what have I learned tonight? I learned those sticks are for the heat, for the glue gun. I learned that the rub and buff does last. This faux rub and buff does not harden when you have it in the little jar here. But I also learned that it works better on paper. This is a hack. You use clear shoe polish and mica powder to make a faux rub and buff. But it does not work on my wax seals the same way that works on the paper. On the paper, it works real nice. I get good coverage on the paper. On the seals, and I think I covered these with this silver wax that I had, but it does not give me good coverage on these seals. And that kind of disappoints me. I was going to try some gum arabic in it, but I don't know what I did with my gum arabic. It's not right with me here. All right, which one did I start with? The light bulb? Oh, no, I started with the tat. Let's see how the tat works. You kind of have to ease them off. Oh, that came out nice. That came out nice. I'll put silver on it. Then I did the light bulb. And my light bulb eraser, I think I pulled the edge of the eraser off on the other side here. I might have to carve me another light bulb. It still gives me a good impression in here of the light bulb, but this part of the frame that I have around it, I have a frame around it, this part of the eraser chipped off. Probably pulled it off when I was pulling the wax. And my little dragonfly one here. These all came out nice. I'll hold them up so you can see them better, but they're coming out nice. This is the, what is this? This is the peacock. He came out nice too. If I find where his head is here. We'll put wax on him. This is the, I'll look in a minute here. This one's really thin in there. This one was heavy on it. This is the butterfly. He still came out nice. This is the steampunk. I'm going to have to carve more of my own eraser ones. Maybe a shamrock. Oh, a little leprechaun. We'll have to carve a leprechaun. Not tonight. What time is it? It's almost 9 o'clock. Steampunk one came out nice. That was the peacock. This is the, what is this? Oh, this one's tearing. This one got awful thin on the bottom. Let's see if I can get it out. That was the compass. It's kind of tearing right in there, but it's still usable. That's the compass. This was the button that I wanted to leave in it. And I don't think I'll try to pull it out. I think I'll use it just like that. It might come out sometime though. Now this one, I want to pull the button out of this one. See if I can pop it out. I think this is glue. It might be harder to get out. Ooh, that hot glue might have glued the button in there. This is a different hot glue than I'm using here. Ooh. Oh. Man. That's in there. It's coming, but I've got to work at it. That's interesting. This might be a stronger hot glue than my mini ones. Wow. Oh, it's really in there. I might have just hot glued this button in there. I don't know. This one might be a fail. It's just an old button, but still. I'm not sure that this glue is good for this. Just plain glue, especially with plastic. Now, metal might have popped out, but it's stuck in there. I could probably melt it out. Probably melt my plastic button. Yeah. I think it was just a plastic button with the design in it, but it's pretty well shot. It stuck to the button. I don't know if I can get that out. Where's my palette knife? So that was kind of a fail. Now I'm curious to know if the hot glue will come out with the metal. Well, I think I used hot glue on the bee here. It popped right out. I think this was hot glue. This is not wax. So with the metal, I think it worked fine. Well, that might have been a combination. But this was hot glue. It just didn't work with that button. It soaked in. I'm going to throw the button away. It was just it had a little bit of a daisy design on it. I'm going to throw it away. It's a failure. I'll throw that away because that's glue. The bee is okay. That I'm going to leave. And then this, I just embedded the tat in there, and I'm going to leave it in there since it held on to my hot glue, held on to my button. I think it'll hold on to my thread. Except that I'm going to do the Dee no thing, and I'm going to cut around this just because I want to. It's just hot glue. I'm going to make a tat frame for it here. just because it may look weird, but hey, I'm just playing. What was the use of embedding it in there if you're cutting it all out? I don't know. I'm just experimenting. All right, let's put some, this is just hot glue stick here. Let's put some wax on these and I'll show them to you. Where's my, I'm going to have to order some wax. Some of this. So this is the light bulb. I like it. I'm going to leave the edges. And this is the tat. It's silver on silver. This is the compass star. And this is the dragonfly, the little dragonfly. The steampunk one's pretty cool. We'll leave the edges on because Dee Dee doesn't like me to cut them off. This is the tat. I probably shouldn't have cut it off, but, you know, I just had to play. Kind of sloppy there. This is the peacock. And the butterfly here. And the buttons, I'm going to leave that button in there. This one would probably pop out. I'm not sure it would pop out. I think with this hot glue, I'm not even going to try. I don't want to ruin this one. We'll just leave it like that. And then last of all is the bee. Dee Dee gifted me the bee. Bless her heart. And I mean that in a good sense of the word. So am I done playing with the seals? I think I am. We made all of these tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We'll count this one. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 of them tonight. And I'm just going to push them all off over here. And we're going to put all of this stuff away. Oh, here's another one. Maybe 17, 18. Maybe I did these the other night. I'm just going to put them in there. And we made this bobby pin. We're going to try see how those work. Let me put this stuff away first. So we played with the mica powders tonight to make the little faux rub and buff. And I like it on paper. I don't like it on fabric and I don't like it on the waxes, but it works real nice on paper. And it'd probably work nice on cardstock too, especially a black cardstock. So, oh, I was going to do the candle. Let's do the candle before I leave. We're just going to cut some off here. This is plain candle wax. I'm gonna melt it in the, let's get the wick out of it. I'm gonna melt it in the spoon. And I'm gonna melt it in this one that still has some crease spire. I probably should get that out of there. Let's cut some more off here. And this has the little wick is cut in two here. The little wick is in there. Get the wick out. Where'd it go? I don't see it. That should be enough. The wick is right there. All right, I'm going to push all this aside. And we're going to melt what's in here and maybe do a dragonfly. It might be enough for a dragonfly. Rhonda says, Brenda, you mentioned you're not a good sleeper. How many hours of sleep do you average a night? Leo says, Meri, I like it trimmed up on some too. I do too, but hold on. Did I unplug it? I unplugged it. Hold on. For myself, I don't mind it trimmed up, but I could see if you're doing one. Doing one for somebody. I think if you send them on an envelope, it might be best if you use a glue stick one and put hand pencil on it. It'll get to them better. Put hand pencil on it, but use a glue stick one. The glue stick, I put one on a postcard and I put a bee in it, but I did not put hand pencil on it. And it went through the mail fine. It didn't fall off because it was a glue stick seal. But it went through the machines and it flattened out my bee. There was no more bee. It snished him. It snished my bee. Alright, it'll have a little crease spiral wax in the bottom because I'm not going to try to get all of that out. Alright, let's see. Wait a minute. Let's see if I can't just wipe it out. Because I really want to try the candle wax. I'll get what I can out of there. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. Alright, so now we're going to take the candle wax and put in here. This is what I chopped off that candle that I got at Hobby Lobby, just a white taper candle, like this. And I have a feeling that it's paraffin, because I think if it were beeswax, it would cost me much more. press that down a little. If I don't press it down, it'll just fly when I hit it with the heat gun. I guess that's pretty good. All right, let's hit this with the heat gun. And hopefully I got enough. Let's try the bee. This is candle wax. Looks juicy. It looks real juicy. I'm going to let it spill out on my paper. I got too much wax in there. I'm just letting it spill out on the paper. I never said it'd be perfect. All right, let's just pour this out in here. We'll cut it. We'll cut it. Because it's just a glob on there. I think I have enough. We're going to use the bee. We'll see what happens here. Well, it's in there. All right, this is the Crayspire wax that was left in there, and it made a nice little dragonfly. It made a nice little one. Can you guys see it? Yeah, you can see it. But I think I'll have to let this dry a little more. It's pretty. Can't hit it with the heat gun. It'll melt. We'll just let it sit there while I put this other stuff away. So I'm going to put all of this in my box. This goes back in my drawer. The scissors go back in my cart, on my cart. Pen, this is trash. 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 Well, I might need that. This I'm going to put in my journal as an experiment. Pen. I got all these glue sticks. I got them for the full gun and the mini gun. Out here. I guess I'll put them in my... Wait a minute. Here, I got a couple. What's this? Hold on. I got them caught in here. Got trash in one hand and glue sticks in the other. My little spoon. And trash. What's this? My little gilded Easter bunny, inspired by Tim Holtz. Only I got my Easter bunny at the thrift store. And I used a tacky glue. I think I used Aileen's tacky glue, if I remember right. I can't remember what I used. And gold gilding flakes. And I did a faux Tim Holtz chocolate bunny. Ink pens. This is a gold coin. All right, I think I'm ready to put this stuff away. This goes in the bucket. No, I'm reaching for my wax seal box here. You guys aren't going to see it, but I'm going to put these in here. Put this stuff away. I'll tell you, it piles up. I had them in a cigar box. And I took it out of the cigar box and put it in that long kind of a wine bottle box. And that got filled up. So I took them out of that. And now I have them in this big box that with the flip top lid that I got at Hobby Lobby. And pretty soon I'll have to get a trunk. The seals I'm going to leave out. Let's see what this one's doing now. Well, it came out nice. We'll peel it off here in a minute. There's another glue stick. Do I have it all? That's just trash. Trash. I think I got it all. Oh, this. Let's put this with it. All right. Hold the phone. Let's see what I have here. Now, I did not pour this in a nice circle. So, it is what it is. It did make an imprint, but maybe I didn't leave it in there enough. It's a very faint imprint of the bee. It's very, very faint. I'll have to experiment more with the glue, with the candle wax. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's there, but it's very, very faint. Let's see where it's at here. So I'm not sure candle wax is the way to go. At least this candle wax. I'm not happy with it. I'm just going to throw it away. So I got some other stuff I want to do. Let's push all my seals over there. Let's take... I wanted to save this for cluster or something. Just that rubbing the mica powder area. Maybe put it on my calendar. You don't throw this good stuff away. It's too pretty to throw away. This can toss. I had to run in the kitchen and get that paraffin. Not paraffin, parchment paper. Alrighty. So let's check on these little gold coin things that bobby pin embellishments. Let's see if that art glitter glue is strong enough to hold that. Let's cut this off. What I did was I put my scissors away, didn't I? Oh, I didn't put my wax away, my shoe polish away. Here, we'll use these. Thought I put them away. Don't see them here. Penelope, she really gets the rough treatment here. Well, we'll use these. I just want to cut this off. And cut that off. And that's my tatted clover on a gold coin. One of these gold dollar store coins. And I think I'll trim I don't know. I guess I'll leave a little of it there. And let's see what the other one is like. I want to see if that's bobby pin, if that fine art glitter glue held that strong enough to... And here's the little girl that I did. Here's the little girl. Let's take the clip off. Isn't she cute? I'm going to give this to Lori, Paint Girly, in with her package that I'm going to send her. And here's the other. Oh, there's another glue stick. And here's another one. And here's a candle. All of this has to go in that box. What did I knock off here? Jeez, Mary. Knocking things around. That little pen holder thing. Honestly. Let's put this away so I know where that's at when I want it. And this is the other one. I think I'll just send her one that's plain too, like this, and she can do with it what she wants. Little tatted 4-leaf clover for St. Patrick's Day. And then these single ones, I'm going to make a tassel. I should have 3 of them. There's 2. I don't know what happened to the 3rd one. It's here someplace. Let's cut this off. Pick up stuff off the desk. Now, I wanted to see how these work. Oops, I think I'm going to trim that a little. Uh-oh, did I glue it close? No. So see, it goes clear down. You want, when you make something like this, even if you make it with your paper clip, you want to get your clip or your bobby pin, whatever you're using, as close to the top as possible. If you don't, if you only have it so far down, then your clip will not go clear down to the edge of the paper. And maybe you want it like that. I'm going to leave these hang. Let's try out this other one. So they're both working. I might just end up clipping these threads off. I haven't decided yet. I really don't like them hanging. I think I'll probably clip them off. And this one is going to go separate. And this one's going to go like that. I have some more things that I want to make before I send it off to her, but let me clean my hands. I don't think I'll make them tonight. Let's see, probably Tuesday morning. And I got other stuff to send too to other people. I haven't sent out my faceless envelopes yet. I got an owl that I want to do for Janet Burgess and a beaver for Cat and an Owl. That stuff piles up on me. Let me wipe my hands off here. Boy, that last sanitizer that I put in there has a nice soap base to it. It gets kind of sudsy, but it did clean my hands nice. All right. Brenda says, is Meri still live? I had to change the laptop and the description says ended, but chat says live. No, I'm still here. It's only 9:30 or not quite 9:30. All right, this stuff I want to put in my, I thought I had something else to go in there. Oh, the candle. This is going to go in my wax seal box. Let me open it up and put it in there. All right. So what else did you want to do? I found this other book that let's put these aside. These are going to go to Lori. I have some other things to send to her, but this is this for now. Let's put it up there. This is what I started with Aunt Beck's Create a Scene with his magazine. And I started in this larger composition book. But then Dee Dee sent me that smaller one. And I had it out here. Where did I put it? Ah! Is it down here someplace? I thought I had them together. Honestly. Hold on while I hunt things out here. I still have these wax seals out, these wax glue sticks. I thought I had that other composition book out. Let me dig here. I don't see it now. Well, I'm not going to dig forever. I'm going to take these out of here. I'm just going to take them out. And they're going to go in that other journal when I find it. Probably fell down. These are ones that I did with Becky. And they're going to go in that other book. This is Create a Scene with the magazine. So I'm that far ahead in it. Let me put this one away. Maybe if I look again, I'll find it. The other thing I wanted to do was work in that magazine that I'm cutting up for Janet Nash, with Janet Nash. What I did with those things. And not a one is here. What did I do with those things? Honestly, I get frustrated sometimes with this stuff. I have it out, and then it disappears. Here's Janet's. We'll work on that. I had to run in the kitchen and get parchment paper. All right, so I'm doing a journal that's going to be in the shape of Penelope. And Janet Nash did one in the shape of a heart. And this was just a Garden Gate magazine. And see, here's Penelope here. So I cut out the shape and cut out the pages. Look, she's triple here. And I got them all cut out except for the last several. And I think we glued two together. You tear out. These are the ones I tore out. I just have a few. These are the torn ones. Let's put that over there. I just have a few left to do. These are shapes that I cut. This is the back. And more shapes that I cut. So these will get glued together. You glue two and cut, tear out three. So these are, I don't think did I glue these yet? I haven't glued them yet. So these two will get glued together. But my pages are kind of strong, so I may not glue. I may not glue two together because the paper here is pretty strong. And by the time I collage on these, it'll be even stronger. See, that's pretty strong paper. That's one page too. So I was getting ready to cut this one. But before I cut, let's just go ahead. And I made this just a bit smaller than the cover, because these are going to be the inside pages. This says front cover, and then these go in here. And I think if I remember right, no, I put it about a fourth down. So I think I cut and then I traced around what I cut. I think that's how I did it. So let's just cut these out. And then you go in, and I'm slow at this stuff. A lot of you had probably done 20 of these by the time I get a half of one done, but I get there eventually. Now, I don't know how that went, but I'm just going to kind of curve it. And I don't know where that one went. I guess it comes in here. Like so. And like that. Now I think this is real pretty here. I'll probably leave that because that's a full page, and I'll probably do something on that. But now I need to trace. Let's use this pen. No. Ouch. Let's use this. I don't have many of these left to do, 4 or 5. And then I can start, and I don't think I'll glue my pages together. I think I'll just collage on top of them. Whoops, I went on the, I didn't cut that, did I? I didn't cut the bottom. Here, I need to cut the bottom. Boy, I stuck myself with a pen. All right, now I need to draw this one. And I'll probably make it a little bit higher. And they don't all have to be the same. It'd be nice if they were, but I'd use an X-Acto knife if I was worried about that. But this works for me. Janet Nash did this a couple weeks ago, and I started it and I want to finish it. And we'll be cutting that out. I'm just getting to it. Ooh, that's pretty. Got some flowers in there. Something going on in there. So I hope you all had a good weekend and looking forward to a new week. I've got to get to town this week. I keep putting it off. I was going to go last week 3 or 4 times. I kept saying, I'm too tired to go. I'm too tired to go. I don't know. I didn't used to be that way with shopping. Now I'm just going, I'm too tired. I have a whole list of things I got to get done in town. I had to make myself go out Friday. I had to make myself go. I had to go to the post office, local here. And what else? I had to do something else. I just had to make myself do it. Brenda says, I accidentally sent Meri to the TV in my daughter's room. The laptop said, do you want to go to AirPlay? I now know if I tap that button, whatever I'm watching will go to Sarah's TV. I'm dangerous. Poor Sarah had to watch Meri. I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry. 1, 2, ooh, this is pretty. 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pages left. This is the back. It goes pretty fast, though. I could do more than one at once, but let's try that. Let's try to do 2 here. Let's try it. If I got 6, I would only have to do 3 more by doing 2 at once here. It won't all be the same. They're not all the same here anyway. Well, they're pretty good, though. They're pretty good. Not too bad. I think I kind of lose it after I get down here. It gets simpler and simpler to cut. Okay, I got to do the bottom. This one's pretty. This will make a pretty one. So I just got 2 left to do here. This is a fun way to use an old magazine art journaling. Boy, that's going to be a pretty page there. I won't have to do much to that. Rust from metal containers can stain surfaces, so this bowl sits in the garden. 2 bricks beneath it keep it level and allow it to drain. It's talking about that. Rosemary loves the rust containers. My rust journal remains in the kit. I just didn't get to it. Am I cutting the second one? I don't think I am. I got sidetracked. I probably wasn't done with the one before it. I still have to finish the very first caboodle that I got from Rosemary. Was a sewing one. I call it a stitch one. And it's still not done. But Dee Dee says it's okay not to finish. She was showing a lot of her journals. She said, I don't finish a lot of them. I work on them when I'm inspired. So I felt better. I do finish journals, though. I got a whole box of journals. I should get them all out and show you. I got so many journals, I don't know what to do with them all. I got a whole bunch from last year. They're all in a box. I had to put them in the other room. Had to make room in here. Oops. Well, I cut that one straight. I'll have to remember that when I do the last two. Now, let's cut the bottom. Now, I've been throwing those bottom ones away. Now I think I just have 2 left. And the back cover. The back cover I'm going to do larger. Oops, got black on my thumbnail. That is pretty. I won't have to do much to that page at all. Maybe put a face on her. And this one's kind of pretty. This is a Garden Gate magazine. It's an older issue. I think it's last year's, though. I'll see the date on it. 2021. October 2021, I think. So it's a couple years old. Yeah, display until October 19th, 2021. Now for the back, I'm going to make it the same size as the front, which is a little bit taller than the inside, just by a little. So, although I think some of these pages in the back got a little tall, I might have to trim them out. And Janet Nash will be on tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern on Monday. Dee Dee Willingham will be on at 8:30 Eastern, and Meri Abrams will probably be sleeping. I don't get into their streams on Monday. I try to go to Dee Dee on Wednesdays, but I don't always make it. A lot of times I don't make it. And Janet Nash, when she has videos, she's been doing process videos. I try to watch those. I try to keep up with what they're doing because they're both really fun watches. And let's see, Janet Young is on tomorrow after Dee Dee. Janet Young, I think, comes on around 1 o'clock Eastern. And Lisa Conway comes on around 1:30 Central. And I think Lori Paint Girly comes on. Lori Paint Girly comes on around 6, I believe, Monday evening. 6 Eastern. And who else? Who am I missing? Oh, I think Art Junkie does a card Monday. Is it Card Monday or Shout Out Monday? I can't remember. Art Junkie does something on Mondays. I need to cut this off. Now, I think I need to trim in here a little. And cut this off if I can. Might have to get out my Tim Holtz scissors. There we go. Now we've got a Penelope-shaped magazine art journal. Where'd she go to? She said she covered me up with scraps. We've got a bunch of scraps here. Now, I think what I'm going to do is paint a white face. And then I'll come in. I think what I'm going to do here, let's get out a piece of paper or two. And somewhere in here, I have a mess. I clean this out, I swear, I clean it out several times, and then I just pile stuff right back on it. I want this piece of tracing paper I had out. What'd I do with it? I was using it the other night to do those. Now we'll just pull another one out. Is that it? We'll pull another one out. I want to trace Penelope's face for the front and the back and the insides. I don't think I have one drawn for the inside yet. We'll just do the front here. And I just want her face. And I don't want the eyes yet, because I'm going to cut this out of the one under it. But I'm going to leave a mark like that and like that. Yeah. So what I want here and this doesn't have to be exact on the outside here. It's just to frame off. What I need is out of here. So let me just kind of fold it there to get a start. Let's start it there. And then we're going to cut this out. And what I want this for, what did I do with the magazine? Where'd I put the magazine? I covered it up. I covered it up. What I want this for is I'm going to put this down in here. And then I'm just going to paint this white. For her face, or pink maybe. So this just kind of tells me where I'm going to put the face. And this is for the covers. I have to do a smaller one for the pages. But we'll do the covers first. Alrighty. And I had all that wax paper out. Yeah. That's a new one. Hold the phone, I'm getting a sheet of wax paper. And I need one for a palette. And I want white and red. And maybe a little yellow. No, I want yellow. Want a dab of this cherry red. And ooh, we'll use this juicy. Do I want a yellow? My yellow is getting empty. All right. And we'll use a dirty brush. Give me a towel. Oh, that's my water jug. Okay. I need to wash these brushes. I need to put them in some Daddy Vans and not Daddy Vans, Murphy's oil soap. That's good enough. It's a little dark, but it's not gonna hurt that. Okay, we're gonna paint this out. And that is juicy white. I want a dab of pink, of red. What's going on there? I can't come out if I'm plugged up. Didn't look like it was plugged, but evidently it is. It's way more than I need. And a dab of yellow. All right. Let's take a dab of the yellow first. And a dab of the red. I'm just gonna, and it doesn't have to be perfect. In fact, it's pretty. I'm gonna have to do more than one coat. It's pretty juicy. That white's juicy white. Let's try a different white. This is not as juicy. I don't know why some of them are more juicy than the others, but they are. So if you don't want a real juicy one, you might try shaking it before you buy it. It's a little more solid. Okay, let's hit this with the heat gun. And let's give it another coat. A little bit more red. And a little bit more white. That's too red. Got something in there. Oh, I can get all around it, but I can't get it. Must be part of the page there. All right, now we'll paint it out. Let me hit it with the heat gun again. Now this is glossy paper. Scratch that paint off if I wanted, but I wasn't about to sand this. So let's take this off and see what I have. I hope I have a shape of a face. A Penelope face. I do. And then her hat, this part in here is actually where her hat comes down in there. That's what this is. So I'm pretty happy with that for now. Let's do the back. Ooh, the back. So I have to turn this over. Let's take the tape off of it. The back is pretty. And I guess she should have hair on the back, but I think I'm going to put a face on the back. She's going to have a face on the back, too. Let's see. How does that go? No, I guess it does go like this. Does it go like this? Yeah. Well, no, I think it flips. Let me figure this out. It goes like... No, it comes like that. It's a different shape. It's a different shape. I cut the back different. Because it goes like this. It's a different shape. I cut it different on the back than I did on the front. So she'll have a fatter cap on the back. I just want to get her face on there. She's going to have a face. She's going to be a face on the back too. She's not going to have a back of her head. More of that white. What did I do with it? Is that it? Yeah. Some red in there. A little bit of yellow. More red. Brenda says, I need to post pictures of my recent craft hauls. Oh, yeah, you do. Thank you, Rhonda. She says, Meri, that will be adorable. Thank you, Rhonda. Brenda says, I had the saw for 30 years and I still have all my fingers. The chop saw is what's scary. I can't use my chainsaw anymore. My standing is not stable. My brother does not, he has a bad back, so he can't, he gets, his back hurts him if he does a lot of bending. So he taught me how to use the chainsaw. And I'm not afraid of it, except for I'm afraid of the chain breaking or catching on to something I didn't want it to catch on to. So he kind of stays with me when I use it, kind of watches out for me. I don't like using that chainsaw a lot, but it's got to be done on some of the trees. I've got a smaller hedge trimmer that I cut off the thinner ones with, the thinner branches. Yeah, gunk. Get that gunk out of there. But they're not strong enough to cut some of those smaller trees that grow up around our house. Oh, you see my paper's getting a little, but I'll take care of that. The little scrubbies around there, they'll get taken care of. It's much neater on this side. So I think what the deal is you put magazine images around here. Now she has a lace collar in here and she's got a hat up here. So I think what the deal is to use your scraps, and I'm not real sure exactly. Let me pull out all my scraps here. Let's see if we can find something that makes sense for the collar or the hat. Now see, this kind of looks lacy, doesn't it? That would make a pretty lace collar. Let's cut that off and we'll leave that on. And let's see, if I use that in there, I just need something up in there. So you kind of look at what you have. I think that'd look nice. So let's use those two, and you collage them. And then our hat, let's see, where's my pattern? So this goes in here. So I want this to be cut the shape of this. So let me kind of draw this and see if I'm on the right track here. And yeah, come out this way. Let's see what happens if I cut where I drew. If I can see it. Put my hand in that paint. Of course it's stuck together. I waxed it together. Probably had some wax left on the So I'll put that right in there. Now I need to make it the shape of the, let's tape that down. I didn't say this was going to be instant. Meri has to play. All right, now I'm going to turn this over. And we're going to trace this out. And then we're going to take it off. Save my tape. And let's see what I have here when I cut this. Whoops. What time is it? It's 10:11. I'm going to stay until 10:30, you guys, and then I'm going to call it a night. Staying up. I stayed up late Friday night, and boy, let me tell you, Saturday, I wasn't worth anything. I wasn't worth anything on Saturday. All right, so it goes in here. So we can trim. Let's trim this off there. Oh, it goes in more like that. So I think I'll just kind of cut this like this. I need to cut it a little in here. I can see it. Right. There. Like that. And let's cut off that white. So that'll fit on there. And then this other part is going to be her lace collar. That'll come up like so. In fact, that was probably part of her face at one time. Let's cut that black line off as much as I can. I don't know how much of it I can get off. Okay, let's go ahead and put this on. I'm pretty happy with this. Right in there. This looks like she's got an earring or something on. So, shall I use a glue stick to start with? I don't feel like getting the yes paste out. Let's see how the glue stick works. Oh, it's gummy. This is what happens even with these glue sticks. Once you open them, you've got to use them. It's just hard, and they're okay as long as they're sealed up. But once you open it up, you need to use them. That's hardly usable anymore. I guess I'll get out the yes paste. Hold on. Let me get it out. It's just right down here. Yes paste from Little Red Wagon. Thank you, Renee. I'll just use my finger here. Alrighty. So that's going to go right in here. Like that. And then her lacy collar is going to come around, and I'm going to trim this off a little. like so. And it's going to come around like that, and we want it to be lacy. So let's just draw it like so. Uh-oh, I don't know where I went off to over here. Looks like I went off where the end of that magazine is. I'll cut it there, and then if I need it cut off more, I will. So we're going to put her lace collar on like this. I'll probably have to trim it some up there. Just like that. It might need some more white in there. We'll see. But and I'm just using my fingers to glue with tonight. Meri doesn't, whoops. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful when you're gluing these little pieces. I probably would have done that with my palette knife too. I ripped it. All right. How did I have it? Up here. And then this piece comes in here. If I can get it in there. The sticky hands. Alrighty, we'll leave that like that. Let me wash my sticky hands. So this is representing her lace collar. Her hat is brown. Let's see what I have I can use for that. I might need some more white lacy in here, but we'll see. Let me get my sticky fingers taken care of. Ew! I should have used my palette knife, but I was too lazy. Let's put the white paint away. We're done with the white paint. We're done with the yellow and the red tonight. We're also done with this. I'm not going to worry about, I should do a wipe-off sheet. Do I have a wipe-off sheet going over here? I thought I did. Where is it? Let's wipe off what I have. It's getting dry anyway. That's better than throwing it away. Didn't throw it all away. All right. So, I want to see what I can do for the hat. And when we get her face in, that's when it'll start making sense. All right, let's see what I can do for her hat. What time is it? Oh, it's 10:20. I got 10 minutes. Her hat is kind of a brownish color. Penelope, where are you? See, her hat is kind of a brownish color here. And see, this is the lace around her collar. She needs a cameo. All right, we want something brownish. So you want to save all your little bits and pieces. You know, who knows? This might make a something. It might be just what you need. I don't know about that, but we'll save them. Something like this you want to save. And this. That would have been good for her as she was. There's some gold. This is just text stuff. A card. I'll put the cards on the bottom. There's some grape and text. I guess I should put this in an envelope or a folder. All right. I don't see anything in here I want to use right away. Let's see what's in here. I want something brownish. For her hat. Ooh, that's pretty. That'll be pretty on her dress or even a collar. Daisies, that'll be nice for a collar. I want something brownish. Ooh, that's pretty. Let's save that out. And we'll save that out. Whoops, I didn't mean to put that there. I need to put it there. Ooh, now this is dark. I want something dark for her hat. Ornamental, this will make a nice collar. Lacy collar. Look at this. Isn't that beautiful? Oh my goodness. These are the pages that I tore out. Now this is black. That might make a nice hat. Like that. I'll take that out. And now we're back to the ones that are going to go in the composition book. So, I'm liking this. Let's see if I can get a hat out of that. And I think I can. So here's her hat in here. And I might make it a little bigger and trim it off. So we're going to draw it right down in here. And I'll probably have to have my white. And I'm going to make it bigger. So probably should have done the hat first. But oh well. And then if it's too big, I will trim it down. And let's put it. And let's see what I get for a hat here. A start of a hat. And of course I got a hand in there. We'll have to paint that out or something. So that'll go up in here. Now I need her face. So let's see what I have if I trim this out. Got a pretty hat on this side, but this is what I'm going for here. Now, I like this, but I can trim this down a little here. Right in there. Like that, up a little, even. And this can be trimmed off. And that'll be trimmed off up there. Can be trimmed off right in here. Let's trim a little of this out. Now that blue will be cut off, I believe. Most of it will, and what isn't cut off, I'll black out. I think I'll put that right down in there for her hat. And then she has Penelope. Where'd you go, Penelope? She has these pretty oval things, mirrored ovals and gold on there. We might get some of that in there. We'll see. I got sparklies on it now. And we'll cover up that text. So let's put that on. Do I want this? I don't think so. Although that might make some, that if those were blue, I would use them. Okay. Do I want this? Maybe that brick. Or even the wood in here. We'll save it. Let's glue this down. And I think I'm going to put my glue on the magazine. It's just easier. All right, now we're going to take this and fit it right in here. And turn it over. We don't have to trim much. Let's trim it out. There we go. She's starting to look like Penelope. I got just a little bit of a hand there. Let's take that marker, that fat marker that I had. I don't know what I did with it. Why do I throw things around? Should I put it back in there? Well, let's try one of these. Let's black that out. Let's black this out. And let's black this out. That should probably be trimmed off. Now, once I get her face on there, what time is it? It's 10:31. Let's give her a face, and then I think I'll call it a night. And I could black some of this out, or I might put some flowers in her hair. I might find some flowers to put up here. Let's do another eye here. I kind of got that eyebrow. And she's got a heart for lips, and she's got a heart up here. Now, I don't like this. I need a flower. Let's find some flowers. Hold on. Now I need a pretty flower. There should be flowers in here. Let's go over here. I'll have to get out. I got all sorts of flowers. Ooh, let's put some tulips in her hair. Let's give her some tulips. Those are flowers. And then I'll call it a night. I have to do up her face, but I think I'll just leave it tonight. So by the time I get this whole magazine done, it'll be 3 years from now. All right, how am I going to do this? I don't know what I did with my little scissors. I had them out, and they're here someplace. It annoys me when I can't find them when I want them. I always try to put them back in here, but they're not in here. Are they over here? I don't see them. So I have to figure out how I'm going to do these tulips. Let's cut. This one's pretty, but this one's ripped. Let's cut here. I don't like that, but you get the idea. I'm going to have to find something else. Find some other flowers to put in her hair. Maybe like that. I like that. We're going to leave it like, well, I need a smaller one over there. Maybe this one down here. Put this one down in here. Like that. Did I get that cut? Wait, hold it. This isn't cut right. Let's trim this out. Hold on to it. It won't turn. It's because it's 2 pages. Oh, I got that one cut. Yeah. Well, I lost the one tulip. The other one flew out of my hand. Let's put this one up here. And I need that other tulip. What did I do? Where did it fly off to? Is that it? Yeah. Put that one right in there. Maybe that one up a little. Yeah. Now, all of this I'm going to kind of leave, but we want to do something with this in here. And I'll do something with this print. But all of this other up in here, I kind of like what's going on. I might put some circles to represent pins and needles that are, you know, she's a pin cushion doll. And let's and she really does have dark eyes, but I might make them blue just because. And she needs a cameo. I'll make her a little cameo. And actually, she needs some more flowers up in here, maybe. But I'm going to leave it like this for tonight. Boy, I don't like her eyes. I'm going to color them in for now. And then if I want them blue or brown or whatever. I don't like hollow eyes. So I want to put a cameo on her. I want to take care of this area in here. And we'll probably punch some punches, some page punches. Put a cameo, maybe some white trim going up around in here. And yeah, there she be. So it is 10:41. What did I work on tonight? I worked on a lot of stuff I don't even remember. We did wax seals. We did these bobby pin embellishments. Let me take this wax paper out. We did the bobby pin embellishments. We did this little gal and these. Where's the other one? Where'd the other one go? It's hiding from me. We did all sorts of wax seals tonight. I don't know what happened to my other. It's a little tat. Well, I don't know where it went off to. It's here someplace. I got another bobby pin embellishment around here someplace. I'll find it when I clean. She laughs. Let's put some of these on her. Like this. Just for the fun of it. Maybe I'll find that other one. They aren't going to stay there, but they kind of cover up the print. I made all of these tonight. That's the tat. Little dragonfly one. There. Another dragonfly. Okie dokie. So I think I'm going to leave that as my thumbnail. I wish I could find that other bobby pin. I probably knocked it off on the floor. I catch things with my sleeve and it works down and pretty soon it's on the floor. So that's kind of what I've done tonight. I'll bring this down like this. Can we put you next to her? Will you go next to her like that? And then like this kind of? There we go. So I want to thank you guys for hanging with me tonight. It's 10:45. Good night, Rhonda. Rhonda says, everyone have a blessed week. I have to go to bed. 4 o'clock comes early. Thank you, Rhonda. Good night. Janet, I haven't forgot. Yeah, a lot of wax seals here. I have not forgot about you and your owl, Janet. I got you on the list to do. I'm just slow. You and Cat Nano are next when I do animal envelopes. And I'm going to bring this light down a little. The light kind of shines off on everything here. So have a great night, everybody. Have a great week. Don't forget, Janet Nash comes on at 9 tomorrow. And Dee Dee comes on at 8:30. Janet Young comes on at 1 Eastern. And Lisa comes on at 1:30 Central. And I believe 6 o'clock Eastern, Lori Paint Girly comes on. So if you're looking for something to do, there you go. Good night, everybody. Have a great week. Go out, enjoy the beauty of this world. Enjoy the beauty while we have it. Bye.